И привет! 2.00 на 15 януари 2020. Явно е трудно за вярване. Hello there! Привет на Зами, на Стефчо, на Нивка, на краличката Плей, че дори на Шиноби и на Сириас също. Аз лично съм добре. Имах малко трудно начало на деня, в смисъла на чисто желание изобщо да се помръдна на някъде. Извън леглото, имам предвид. Очевидно не съм стигнал много далеч. Но поне стигнах до стрима, при това стигнах в 2.00, така че го броя за личен успех. Както се казва, има и такива дни и вярвам, че ще го преборим заедно. Ако се наложи да го преборим. Да не се разболявам? Не. Не знам. Ниско ниво на енергия, може би се отдава и на ниското количество кофеин, което приех днес. Малко или много сме си зависими от такива неща, колкото и да не ми се иска да го призная, може би трябваше да си направя още едно кафе, но не остана време преди стрима и аз си обещах, че ще започвам 2, така че да съм мислил, когато е било време. Вие как сте, чат? Ти даже на работа отиде. Нивке. Герой, шампион. Като не си следил предния стрим, ще ти е трудно и да влезеш в играта. Да ти кажа, Шиноби, ще ти е трудничко. Няма да те лъжа. Самата игра е много сюжетно интензивна и те хвърля в едни такива дълбоки, диалогови водопади буквално. От думи и от концепции и от идеи. И не, че е невъзможно, особено да захванеш някаква нишка, но няма да ти е лесно. Това е януарска болест. Може и това да е. Те направо е не само януарска новогодишна, ми направо новодесетилетна черна дупка. Така да я наречем. Може би всъщност се дължи на това, че казаха, че отлагат както Final Fantasy, така и още нещо вчера. Какво отложиха, бе? Още нещо отложиха. Final Fantasy го отложиха с месец в общи линии. И още нещо отложих. Защо ми бях? Avengers? Да, окей. Това всъщност не ми било чак такъв приоритет и затова не съм го запомнил явно. Беше с разширени зеници. Нещо на очичките ли си правила, Нив? Марти, махни го това first, бе. Ужасен е. От опциите на Twitch можеш да го разкараш. Увилчила. Случва се. Имаш избор или да имаш first, или да нямаш нищо. Как така? Как така нищо? И аз имах first, да. Имаш опцията от security да си смениш да ти е просто на стандартен бадж, според там колкото месеца си стигнал. Привет и на Thunder. Почти не съм играл от вчера, но признавам си без бой, съвсем мъничко напреднах. И напреднах в смисъл на това, че говорих с още няколко човека и с Martinez. Така че говорих с дядовците пред магазина за книги, с дъщерята на притежателката на магазина и сега съм влязъл в книжарницата. Тъй... Нали, Марти? So much better. Така. Все още си имам един skill point, който си го влача. И 1 милион сайд квестченца. Аз така и не разпитах Ким по този въпрос, така че имаме какво да вършим. Следващия месец взимаш новия бадж. Найс, Марти. Направил ли си го да е лъскав и желан от всички? Я да видим.
Welcome to crime, romance and biographies of famous people. My name is Plaisance.
Кримки, розови романчета и биографии на прочути хора. Това описва всяка българска книжарница в мол ever. Не знам дали има по-точно описание на това. Crime, Romance and Biographies of Famous People. 3 рафта кримки, 2 рафта розови романчета и 1 рафт биографии на Стоичков и Бербатов, примерно. Лол.
Be welcome. And please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Здрасти, бе. Няма здрасти, Кико. Няма да те поздравя. Такъв непрофесионален стример, аз да го хоствам с нощи и той 5 минути след това да ми казва благодаря за хоста. Няма. Отиде нашата хубава връзка по дяволите. Какво линкваш, Марти? Holy shit. Мисля, че и аз съм само на месец от тази... не, на 2 месеца съм. Ти си месец пред мен. Shit. Биографията на 100 кила, 50 нюанса сило, нещо на Кинг. В общи линии. Her face looks powdery and painted from all the makeup. Омага, и нея мога да я врънкам за пари.
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavor.
Psychic disfavor?
One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence. Ми подсказва моята риторика.
Oh my, of course. What a man.
Така, so, are you the owner of this store?
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Her voice, high-pitched, sounds familiar. You've talked to her before. Through the doorbell. Through the doorbell? Eh? I'm looking for a book about cockatoos. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies. What if I want to buy a book? Then why are you talking to me? Everything on the shelves is to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? She fiddles with her pendant, then waves her bony fingers directly at you. See those shelves there? Go, be drawn. So what types of books do you have? Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. She nudges her glasses. The shelves compel you, don't they? Самите рафтове би трябвало да ме привличат. Това не е много добър бизнес план. The girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed. Cursed? Who said that? Annette? She blinks. I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir. What in God's name is she talking about? Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right? Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Yeah, of course. Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Yes. Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? ОМФГ давам и буквално customer feedback за собствената й дъщеря. Не мога. 10. She's certainly very polite and helpful. Примерно. Въпреки, че това е доста по... I'm not going to grade a human being. I don't do that. Come now. It's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. She crosses her arms. I expect an answer. Добре, 10 тогава. Всъщност беше много симпатично хлапето. Доста по-симпатично от майка й. My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. She is immensely satisfied with the answer. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. Лелчинския нюанс. Благодаря ти, Нивки. Винаги съм си мечтал да бъда Леля. Или нещо такова. Винаги съм си мечтал да бъда Керан. All this pressure has made her really anxious. Do you know that she's been chewing her nails? Анет в общи линии е като нашата Нора и тя си гризе пръстите и ногтите. God, I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. Her voice is firm. She will get over it. Anxiety is a part of life. I don't think she can do anything about it. She can, if she has enough willpower. That is what is called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks. Come on, ma'am. It is obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing unnecessary burden on a young child. What you're doing is wrong. Even I know that, and I usually don't know anything. She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole. All of a sudden she exhales sharply. Her shoulders slump down. Oh no, she mutters. Hold on, I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There, she returns with a nod. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother calls a dull mind. All this stress. She stops, but her mouth keeps moving. Привет, Инче. Добър ти ден. Is this husband Annette's father? Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we were running up here, she says gloomily. No matter, soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne. Grand Couronne? What's that? It's a proper place to live, one of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. Това звучи като панелки, честно казано. Ама буквално като панелки. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure. Привет, Юрка. И Коткя. И изобщо на всички. Добре дошли в този така мъглив следобед, поне при мен. Не знам при вас как. And your husband's also involved with the bookstore. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner. Super silent, ми казва риториката ми. Almost inaudibly so. She an only child? Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... She pauses for a second. No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy. A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior. Why not? We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Her voice wavers a bit. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand. She catches herself at an impoliteness. I'm sorry, I'm sure you do understand. She told me she doesn't go to school anymore. Plaisance nods. She's been too busy helping me here, so she studied at home for this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off. And hell freezes over, ми говори лойката ми. Never mind, it's not a good topic to get into. Леко депресираща тематика, всъщност. Аз съм добре съм, Юрк. Бавен ден. Така бих го определил днешния, ама има и такива. Събрах енергията да стримвам, така че все нещо съм успял. Добре, поне вкарах на нет на топло. При това не в полицейския смисъл. You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
What the fuck? Shopkeeper, what's behind those curtains? Nothing! Why aren't you browsing the books? She fiddles with her pendant. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? You ought to. She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron, assembled from bones, sticks and straws. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. From the looks of it, this is traditional Seminoese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges. The Seminoese are the inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Semonine Islands down south. Aside from poking it, at it, suspiciously, there's nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you. Се опитаме ги отворим, освен. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more. Sir, don't touch that! I told you it's off limits for the customers! Her hand has closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman. Parapsychology speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences, it's too dangerous. She looks away mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people? This is about the curse? This is why you're afraid. No, it's just a storeroom for employees. I told you, now please step away from the curtains. She's almost begging you. Ma'am, this is different. I'm a police officer and I need to get in there. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers. What the fuck? Привет, Phelan. The curtains do seem frail, suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness. But I sense this place is calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold. You do? She grabs her pendant again, visibly shaken. My god, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. Ще си помисля по въпроса. Thank you. The shopkeeper lets out a loud sigh. Let's just talk about this first, all right? There's no reason for you to venture into the unknown. Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. Добре, ще игнорираме за сега завесата, въпреки че очевидно има нещо доста смущаващо от другата страна. Първо ще ударим един сейв.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Изтеква му есесата. Марти, ще се застрелям от този бот. I swear to God. Why are you so uptight about those curtains? I just want to know what's on the other side. I already told you it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books. Усещането ми за лъжи ми проговаря. She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's playing a role she's grown tired of. Благодаря ти, Николов. Много си мил, приятелю. Повечето хора не им допада супер много заради многото четене, но поне има и някой, на който му допада. Навъртите на непозната фенси шменси бар. I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold. Нямаш си на представа колко си прав, Плейнот. Юрката има навика за следобедния сън. Не знам защо. Мога па да му действа добре. Аз съм го забелязал. Не знам дали заради работа или... For the weak. Вие пък. Много си е добре да си поспи, човек. If it's just a storage room, then why does it have a Semanese word protecting it? Буквално има вудокукла от другата страна на завесата. It is just for decoration. She wavers under your gaze, mouth pressed into a tight-lipped smile. Then something breaks. Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything? She closes her eyes and starts mumbling something about her pendant. Нашият остър слух долавя нейния шепот. Host of hosts, guard me in my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains. Какво е това проклятие? Как се проявява то? A shiver runs through the woman as she looks around in the dimly lit store. The curse, it is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease eating at the very foundation. Her voice drops to a whisper. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy. Е, това е. Проклятието на банкрута. Ти да видиш. Annette mentioned that the previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles. It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the Kako demons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building. I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence as if I was unwanted here. Why didn't you tell me right away it's the curse? It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, she shivers, is dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them. Wow, void wraiths. You have new words. Търсила ли е помощ от някого до сега за това проклятие? Аз не бих ли дремнал малко? Бих, но съм заед да ви забавлявам, инче. Всеки следобед. Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Semanese mediators. They provided me with the wards. She nods at the strange, cage-like trinket on the curtains. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough. Is your pendant part of the wards? Oh, this? She holds the pendant in her palm. Its ochre heart glistens under the lights. No, it's a special Hymean amulet blessed by the desert pygmy shamans with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with different inducement spell, for example. She nods. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%. Това лелче. Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people. Doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around, except for you. There are hardly any customers in the store. Do you think it's really working? She nudges her spectacles. Sir, I'm a well-educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what I do and what to avoid. You could try to be friendlier with the customers. My voice is trained to perfection by true sales professionals, good sir. I paid good money for those courses. Too much money, even. She looks around in the dusty store. Perhaps I should have bought some wards instead. Oh my god. Oh. Would you like me to take the case? I could investigate, see if the curse is real. Това е буквално най-образованата необразована жена в целия град. Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be so they can return to their slumber. My liege, ми казва моето усещане за драма и послъгване. You know what this case calls for? A para-detective. 97% шанс. На това му викам аз късметлия. Капа. Slither up to her, you single, silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like. Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before. Are you sure? She looks skeptical. Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. I have returned from the void. A para-detective from a long line of para-detectives. I have returned from the void звучи като кофти опит на Blizzard за допълнителна раса в WoW. Oh wait, те вече го направих. You are no para-detective, you look nothing like one, and you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me for being so blunt, but you look like one. The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. You see, it's necessary to drink the spirits in order to contact the void. How do you know all this? Here we go. Са, кое от двете е по-реалистичната лъжа? Мисля, че това първото не е много окей, защото очевидно не сме от този регион. Semanese. I am the Void Revenant. I have the powers to debad all the bad energies. I should have realized. A pattern lies within the fabric. The hand of fate guides us. Our meeting could not have been mere chance. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us, keep us safe. I cannot allow any collateral damage to hit us. Just ask my partner, Kim. He'll vouch for me. Ние сме в страхотни отношения с Кацураги, така че би трябвало да сме окей. The lieutenant has not been listening closely enough. Oh, he mumbles in minor confusion. You've put him on the spot. Certainly so, ma'am. I can assure you my partner is eminent in this particular field. She shuffles nervously. If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it? On my honor. Сърка на сърцето. Thank you, sir. A timid sigh of relief, followed by a cautious smile. There's only one thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity. Of course, the entity. For I have sensed its presence. You have? She gasps. The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know she lives inside the chimney? Chimney, the passage between heaven and hell, of course. Yes, the chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask her what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here, take the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked around. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there. Така... Добре, мисля, че сме разпитали в общи линии за всичко, що се отнася до това проклятие. Да поразгледаме наоколо и да си поговорим пак с Анет. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Warhol-related merchandise. Какви бордови игри има тук? Я да видим. Може си купим бордова игра? Не мога. Сега, обаче, дали има някакъв смисъл да си харча парите? Fuck it, ще си я взема. Само да разпитам за останалите неща. Даже още сега ще я взема. 100% няма никакво приложение и просто тук що си издумках парите. Горе-долу като всяка бордова игра ever. Играете ли някакви бордови игри, вечат? Мен това ми е едно от по-любимите занимания напоследък, понеже все по-трудно се случва събирането за D&D. Знаците на хроничен кикстартерист. Яп. Диксит. Колко студентско от твоя страна. Типична парти игра. Не, намерих си още някаква бордова игра. Фак! За какво са ми тези неща? Защо? Защо? Йо. Купих си и двете бордови игри, защото разбира се. Не мога. Като и махнах целофанчето и вдишах от прясното мастило, ми се върна морален демидж. В смисъл, почувствах се по-добре от това, че вдишах прясното мастило. Велико. Ah, savor the new board game smell. A mix of wood, paper, and ink, all wrapped in the sweet must of cardboard. Amazing. Буквално има диалогово дърво, което е отдадено на това да попнеш компонентите на бордовата игра от картонените поставчици. Не мога. Each cardboard token makes a satisfying chick as you pop it out. Soon a neat pile of cardboard coins and counters has accumulated before you. Wait, what? You are not going to offer to let me punch any of them out? Това е, даже като Сура ги завидя. Hey Kim, wanna play? The lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide. Holy shit, the average playtime for this game is 1 to 6 hours. I am not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game. Прекалено challenging. Чек. Чекайте да си види другата бордова игра. A sword and sorcery adventure board game. Това е нещо като за картача. With maps and miniatures. A blurb on the back reads, Tired of the tedium and toil of modern life. Escape to Varal. Leave behind Isolus and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of hyper-external fantastique, unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Varal. Can your band of adventurers save the world? Absolutely. Exactly, that's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. Трябва да ме вземат да озвучавам реклами на бордови игри. Буквално цъкнах на рандъм обект в играта Вълчо и започнахме да отваряме бордови игри и да си възстановяваме морални точки, докато вдишваме от прясното мастило. Mind fucking blown. In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters hunted by Iskill riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest. Don't forget heated arguments escalating to physical confrontation with your friends, ми подсказва усещането ми за драма. Такива неща, разбира се, не се случват никога на бордовата игра, в рамките на ролеви и бордови игри. Къде се чува и видяло да се скарат пораснали възрастни хора за някакви си детски игрички. And, most importantly, never forget to rage quit if the dice don't go your way. Да видим какво има в кутията. 24-sided die. Те такова животно не съм виждал. Математически възможно ли е 24? Странно зарче. Да, абсолютното D&D е тая книжка, слаш бордова игра. Но разбира се, защото има политически коментар, е расистка бордова игра. Standard Viral Die. За каквото и да ми трябва това. Я да видим миниатюрките. You see a man in ragged clothes, wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm. Huh, interesting. A communard, казва Кицураги. That doesn't sound very viral-like. It is not. The communards are not a part of the game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process. Maybe someone should make a role-playing game set during the revolution. Good luck finding people who'd want to play as communards. Никой не иска да играе с комунистите. Take the figurine. Amazing. Какво прибрах? Реално погледнато? Малка фигурка и 24 стенно зарче. Математически и физически е възможно. Хората даже продават 10-120. Да бе, то мисълта ми е не, че няма и зарчета с повече страни, над 20 стения, който е стандартният D&D зар, а мисълта ми е дали е практична формата за търкаляне. В смисъл, нали, не от всяко число ще стане конвенционален и кой знае колко приложим зар. Те неща имат ли някакво... Всъщност, what the fuck? За какво ги взимаме? За Бога. I am confuzzled. F5. Добър и на теб, Спектра. Как върви вещерстването? $69 стенен зар. По-практично 69 стенен зар е да направиш едно 69 като хората и да си ходиш по живо по здраво.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
Out of the rain and into the gutter. What are you doing now? Math. She looks into her notebook with trepidation. It's really difficult, like really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Suddenly she smiles and perks up, remembering something. Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. She gives you a hat. Almost exactly like the one Dick Mullen wears on the covers. Dick Mullen е в общи линии Шерлок Холмс на този свят. Like a thanks for helping me out. Not me, the city, I mean. Like a detective does. A detective hat? Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time, she grins. You look way more serious with that. Suddenly she looks back at the infernal scribblings under her nose. Right, I have to get back to my homework now before Mom notices. Man, this is hard. Плюс едно енциклопедия. Това е. Окей, почти приличаме на детектив вече. Ако намерим по-смислени ръкавици от тези гумените, за да не изглеждаме толкова абсурдно, може би дори няма да сме по смешището на града. Какъв чепът ли е си? Найс. Направи ли си, както аз ти препоръчах, шпионско тесте или си направи нещо друго? Искаш игра, в която да си некромасър комарджия, чието улт е да мята зарове пълни с чума и ще се казва Зар Аза. Фак, сега ако измислиш адекватен начин да го преведеш на английски или минимум немски и руски, имаш шанс да ти си издаде бордовата игра. Защото на български ще е домашен проект. Защо имаме гумени ръкавици? Защото е практично и ни дава бонуси. И освен това са толкова жълти. Шпионско и антишпионско. Перфектно. Да, наистина е просто доста консистентно като декче да си направиш шпионски дек в Gwent, в Witcher 3 конкретно. На английски ще е die. Добре. Men from Heimdall series. The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Helmdall somewhere. Това са любимите книжки на Макси. Storekeep, tell me more about the Muscleman books. Oh, Man from Helmdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. She looks at the books with some disdain. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Why are they so popular? Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters, they're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do. Sounds good. Which one should I start with? What does it matter? They're all the same. She rolls her eyes, then fiddles with her pendant. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Helmdallerman, The Men from Helmdall. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series. Тук ми изцоцаха изцяло от парички. Просто няма да стане. Не мога да си купа. И това. Rows and rows of Helmdallerman blur your vision. You make out some of the titles. Men from Helmdall and the Mammoth Riders. Men from Helmdall return to Helmdall. And the solipsistic Men from Helmdall and the Helmdall Man. Good God, how many are there? Maybe 100. Men from Helmdall and the sages at the end of the world. Men from Helmdall and the false god. Men from Helmdall and the scorched earth. Men from Helmdall and the Helmdall colonies. Men from Helmdall and the swamp beast. Men from Helmdall and the snow crabs. Is that all? Not even close. Men from Helmdall in hell. Men from Helmdall and a forest of slaves. Men from Helmdall under the lake. Men from Helmdall, Helmdall burning. There's even the Trial of Death, a pasternal combat game book set in the world of Helmdallerman, and so much more. Pain threshold? What the fuck? No! Поне не ми е за хелп. Защо отписваш фентази по-дълго от 3 книги? Не е лош принцип, честно казвам. От един момент нататък в живота ти имаш твърде малко време за това. Shelf of crime novels. These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books, thrilling tales of spycraft and daring-do. Така... Всекви кримки... И тук Дик Мълън има примерно 15 вида. Еднотипни криминални романчета. Очарователно. Yes, бе, оцелих поне един чек. Еба си. Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Why does that speak to me? Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Nah, it's gotta be something else. Perhaps you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere. No, that's not it either. Is it because the smoking dame in the slinky red dress on the cover is giving you a hard-on? What? No, that's not what's happening. Yes, it is. The bulge in your pants is embarrassingly obvious. Kim, would you describe this woman as a smoking dame? The lieutenant narrows his eyes and contemplates the book for a moment. I would certainly say she fits the description, provided that is your type. Шет бе, не мога да си позволя нито една от тези книжки. Изхарчих си парите за бордови игри. Чувствам се прекалено близко до живия живот. Чувствам се атакуван в момента. It's a tome of fascist magic, rather candid. Фашистка магия. Това не го бях виждал до сега. Biographies of famous people. Стигнахме до рафта с биографии на футболисти и чалгаджийки. Затова пък може да си позволим една от тези за 4,70. Sure, да видим какво ще ни донесе. The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão y López de Fuego. The book is large and heavy. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand. The ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events, historical, most of it ends up a twisted mass of facts inside your brain. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh, well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready? What the fuck? Who was the first Innocence? Dolores Day? What the fuck? Окей, вече съм объркан. При това сериозно объркан. Вау, оцелих. Holy shit. Тук вече съм парализиран. Нямам никаква идея какво се случва и какво мога да отговоря, което да има някакъв смисъл. Направо се умълчах от четене. Holy shit. И ти си даваш парите за глупости. Real life. Нивке, тази сутрин разглеждах с нездрав интерес къде точно и за колко се предлага Collector's Edition на Death Stranding. Ага, да. Да си имам една туршика, бе. Една туршика вкъщи. Защото това идва с Collector's Edition. Едно към едно реплика на туршията. Вау. Anyway. Потроших си целия ден в... карта. С истинско бебе, нали? Да, и мисля обаче да го извади и да сложа карамела вътре. Толкова много ли ми хареса Death Stranding? До някаква степен да. Но има и подмолен план, свързан с туршийката, ако го взема изобщо. Което е доста съмнително, при положение, че е 400 кит. Нещо ще да кажа. Какво беше? Фак. Това, което се чудеха дали ще има Collector's Edition за PC, което да обезмисли купуването на PlayStation 4 копия. И никъде не можах да намеря дефинитивен отговор на този въпрос. Дали ще има същия колекторс, но за компютри. Така, мога ли да взема тази карта? 90 цента, yes! Така, и какво сега? Най-сетне имаме карта, така ли да го разбирам? Алелуя! Разбира се, не пише къде сме. И трябва малко да разпознавам кое какво е. Но да кажем, че знам какво е и къде е всичко за момента. Паранормални книжки. Така и не намерих книгата, за която бях дошъл, by the way. Поне така си мисля. Дали имахме една книжка, която търсихме конкретно? Go read up on cockatoos in the bookstore. How am I supposed to do that? Хайде, спектричке. Приятно изкарване. Oh, wait, какво е това? From a Zreek, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. Вуаля, намерихме го. О, мафъга. Това ще го открадна. Fuck it. Ви проверявам. За името на стрима. Няма нищо по-метра от това да проверя вашето внимание чрез името на стрима. Няма нищо по-диско Elysium от това. Джита, бро. Привет, привет. Привет и на картача. Благодаря ти за хостчето, приятелю. Напредва ли Кирчо? Или буксува на място? Така. Окей. Тоест мога все пак да си отбелязвам на картата къде съм, така ли? Или пък? Не, малко съм озадачен от това, което се случва. Нищо, сейваме тук. Кичва новия папа, holy shit! Какво установих? Нищо, което да не съм предполагал и до сега. Да видим тогава, какво се крие зад тези завеси. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Semanese words, your shadow looming over it like an omen. A small, terrified "Oh!" escapes from Plaisance as she tries her best to look away, her round face buried in her hands. Ghostly silhouettes of hair dryers. Да, призрачните силуети на сешуари. Колко зловещо. Въпреки че сешуар в тъмното. Питайте Карамела какво мисли по въпроса, ако някой включи сешуар в тъмна стая. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. По-рано днес гледах интервюто с Дейвид Бауи. Това Дейвид Бауи ли е? Малко прилича. Looks like Guillaume Le Million. Dead hair poster. Какво има зад тази врата? A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you. Covered in dozens, if not hundreds of Semanese trinkets and charms, it appears to be locked. Чук-чук. Only an echo, no one is there. A hollowed out, dark echo. Да я отключим. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It is eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room. Kim, maybe you should go first. Не мога. Detective, you are the one in charge. The lieutenant motions towards the door. Окей, и двамата ни е бъс да минем през вратата. Намерихме рубаря. Това е фитнес салон.
What is this place?
Looks like a gym to me. Или пък, всъщност не е само джим, защото има и такова за боксова круш. I think this may be Artmetap's boxing club for young athletes. I think you're right, he says, though it looks like no one's been here for ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have flashlights on us. Do not forget to take it out of your bag before we move on. Some specks of dust shimmer in a ray of streetlight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest. What What if there's a reason why no one's been here for ages? Yes, because it is closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations, where a banal one will do. Now let us move on, shall we? Добре, let us move on. The poster says Citrus Fortis. The rest is worn off. Какво беше това? Smells like leather and sweat. Любимите ми миризми. Ти какво си? Знам точно какво ще правя теб. Добре. A barbell lies on the floor. The collar has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilos. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of a beast is dealing with them. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell. You are right. The weights may fall off. Better not touch it then. What kind of a bastard would remove the collars? It would be a violation of Epi's safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one is supposed to come here anymore. Shit. Няма пък. Ще го чизвам, ако трябва до утре. Fuck! Кашкавал! Да го кашкавалим. 8% шанс. Да, принчето, впрочем, нито залагайте на слот машинката, нито се изправите срещу нея в директен двубой през бота. Просто ще си загубите точките. Айде бе! 8% шанс, камон! Като гледаш някой в залата и се опитваш да не се смееш. Случва ми се от време на време, ама аз по принцип съм доста благ човек. Не бих се смял на никого. Anyway. Ще стане. Освен на Зори. Аз на Зори се смея, когато танцува. Вижте записа, ако не ми вярвате, че имам причина. Come on! Ей, всъщност сетих се нещо. Стой. Имам такова потник. И ако съм по потник, ще ми стане по-добре. В смисъл, ще имам повече шанс на този човек. Ако не греша. Къде беше потника? Ето го. Така, по потник. Go. Ето, имаме повече шанс. Фак. Ще ми стане по-добре. Честно казано, не помня от кога не съм си обличал потник в този живот. Доста отдавна е било. Аре, че се изложихме пред обаря. Значи не си благ човек, а Влад човек. Това са само 60 кг, хайде де! Не се излагай. Чак толкова. Но цепин! Една от доста ранните български интернет пародийни клипчета, доколкото мога да си спомня. За какво вдигаме щангата? Нямам никаква идея, но искам да я вдигна. И ще я вдигна. Може нищо друго в този живот да не мога да дигна вече, но поне ще дигна щангата. Нормално ли е, морално ли е да ходиш на фитнес с бял потник на дупки? За себе си ли питаш или за героя на играта да дам съвет? В играта защо? Искам да видя какво ще стане. Да. Инче, дай ми малко от твоя късмет, бе. Мислеше, че е нещо смислено. Разбира се, че не е. А, така, си пипи перки в чата. Ето, инчето сипа пиперки и веднага стана. Така. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength. You raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game. Fuck yeah. A warm... A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment it feels like you are strong enough to succeed at anything you ever set your mind to. Good technique. Благодаря. Save World е добра техника наистина. Това беше добра употреба на моето време. Признавам си. Добре, че го направих. Oh, brother. Нищо. F5. The hallway is blocked by old window panes and debris. Looks like the remains of 24-hour window repair shop. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. A large demijohn full of strange liquid. Музиката нещо се напрегна. Не знам дали го усетихте. Airship rotors covered in spider webs. They remind you of blades. Тук има направо... Те я знам. Blade Runner vibes. A naked mannequin torso, a strange yellow color. But where are the clothes it used to display? Blue velvet, soft to the touch, moth-bitten. Is this Emma's atelier? Is it? Skis with slipstream painted on the laminated top layer. steel rotor blades bearing a slipstream logo. Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. Look. The skis and rotor blades both bear the same slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, then pivoted to producing the other. But the question is, which did they start with and which did they pivot to? That is a good question. Okay. We don't know anything for sure. Not quite. You do know that there's something unusual about this company's business model. Production schedule, filament memory. Information that can be read using a radio computer. Плей до колко часа през нощта мога да стоя буден, без да припадна? Ако има някакво отношение това изобщо. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. Това е фентази игра, концептуализирана на черната дъска. О, окей. Мисля, че те разбрах. Концептуален арт за някакъв проект. На черната дъска. The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees groaning under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers by boreal dwarg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Привет, како? Господарке мизернице. Albeit dark and cold, the vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat-death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy, engulfs the world as Varal becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe." Провален проект за фентази игра. Okay. There appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on and off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer. "A radio computer," says the lieutenant, watching you circle around the machine. just sitting here without anyone in sight. He sounds surprised and a bit cautious. What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind? This is the RAM Civic radio computer, equipped with a failed mainframe and a RAM-compatible printer. The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal, stirring from its slumber, revealing virescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. Кое има там? It's empty, like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left tangling, disconnected. Да сложим там дискетата, така да го кажем. И да видим кое има на нея. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air. Good evening, Fortress Accident en route, the Sangis Lane. This is East Insolidarian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat, is this the production schedule? What's the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. Ah, right. Have you inserted it into the core? Ah, yes. Good. Please repeat the password. Password. Of course they would have a password. That's why there's a human administration involved. A password? I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint? No. Shit. Is it my birthday? Still no. What about this is the police? Open this thing. The voice recites, I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with the Lintel 1, I cannot give you access to the filament. I am afraid we're not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month. Now, can you please repeat the password? Добре, не я знаем. Някъде тук. Някъде тук ще има парола. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. И какво са тези интерактивни радиопиеси чрез обаждане? Машината не ще да ми обясни. What are you, a machine or are you alive? Yes, I am alive. I'm 74 years old and my name is Yvonne. What the fuck? The lieutenant whispers into your ear. She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid. Такива ли сте? Програмисти такива. Yvonne, my partner tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid. They're merely cautious, says the old lady. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insolidarian station. Okay, but where are you? How did you know where I am? I work as a repeater at the East Insolidarian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, some static. I'm sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios. Shit, нямаме провод. Ако принтираме? Не, нямаме какво да принтираме на този етап. Добре, нека си е в нас. Production schedule. Developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. Kick. Frequency fireplace. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kedran mosaic tiles, very pedantic. How the fuck do I know that? History class. Students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun. What am I looking at? Radio frequencies, it seems. Some written notes too, sparse and cryptic. Не знаем за какво са тези радиочестоти. The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have massive air width. These things don't come cheap. Това е такъв мета-коментар за играта, че няма накъде. Ще какво казва Кицураги? My God! The lieutenant leans in closer, his fingers tracking the maddening rhizome. It is as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The cost of air width alone must have been huge. Exactly. He nods at the calendar on the chalkboard, wiping his marker-stained fingers clean against his jacket. This schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding. Okay. Изразходвахме ли всичко, което... Тоест, тук не сме били все още.
Okay.
Всъщност.
What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard and fireplace?
I think it's just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making? Yes, that is the question. The lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his hands, like he's ready to lay out a fine theory crafted together like a puzzle box. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games, only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers. How are they planning to do that? Through called-in stations. He nods at the fireplace. None of the players would have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts. Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies. Has anyone ever done this before? Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein, you know, places with industry. Not in Revachol West, among the ruins. Това е абсолютният мета-коментар за това как се прави качествена видеоигра в Естония, вместо в някои от големите центрове за видеогейм девелопмент. But I do not think anyone has attempted to create an intersolary game before. We just don't have the technology. And this was a role-playing game? Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. He points to the chalkboard. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the viral board game, with heat death thrown in. Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished. Си мисли моето чувство за концептуализация. What do you think happened to the company? No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Wow. Indeed, it is ambitious and untethered from reality, but the lieutenant tilts his head, thinking. Do we have any money? Let's give them more money so they can finish it and make it even bigger. A half smile breaks on his face. It is too late for that, I'm afraid, he says, looking around the derelict room. The pipes howl and a rat crosses the floor. Okay, let's keep moving. Let us keep moving. Какво има за тази врата? Where the fuck am I? Hello? Ice bear fridge. You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? Има адски много препарирани животни в този град. Неестествено много. What is this thing? Looks like a giant ice bear. The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. Кой има вътре? A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the insides of a refrigerator. Знаеш за магазин Бедрин? Ти продължаваш да го играеш офстрим. You bad person, you. Мечка хладилник, нали? The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of a gun. Relax, Kim, it's a fridge. Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. He relaxes his hand, his face bathed in the harsh light of the opened fridge door. Let's take a look inside. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. Какво пише на бележката? Сериозно не я прочетохме, а си я прибрахме в джоба директно. What the fuck? Така, опаковките от сладолед. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate. Въпреки това, what the fuck is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place? Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. The lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers. He studies it in the light. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper-carnivore? I know, says the lieutenant. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day. The lieutenant points at the red, snaky cable running from the fridge. The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic. Jesus. Взем го изключим поне. Hello? Не може да го изключим. Ние сме най-големите задници на този свят. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. Does it say anything interesting? Винаги е... Разликата винаги е една запетайка, нали? Има доста изречения, които можеш да ги объркаш, като просто сложиш една запетайка или махнеш една запетайка. This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still alive. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the offsite copy is still there. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the offsite copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home ASAP, it's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sulislav. Този е някакъв полуадаш. Сулислав се казва. Днес за трети път аплодваш едни 14к линкове. Звучи досадно. Тривиално, може би. Who wrote that note? Looks like someone from the radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. Maybe they had to leave in a hurry. That is a plausible hypothesis. Така... Тези горе-долу им знаем всъщност отговорите. Но има още една дискета някъде наблизо. Добре, това е интересно. Къде пишеше? Frozen Cream Maker. Ако бяхте машина за сладолед, къде бихте били? There we go. The flashlight casts a strange shadow. There is a hidden doorway. Flaplandia. Are you in like a useless mood today, Shin-san? A hole in the wall. Колко образователни филми започват с точно тази концепция? A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in. Well, that makes two of us. Има такива дни. Let's commiserate. Where the fuck are we? Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at those rifles. Rifles? Стари пушки. Hello? Обесеният човек, около който се върти цялата мистерия, беше първо прострелян с старовремска пушка. There's a hole in the wall. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look? Yep. Your hand reaches deep into the darkness and spiderwebs rummaging around. You find rusty rifles hidden away. Inspect them. Most of them are rusty and inoperable like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others. A Bell McGraw, точно какъвто е куршума. Hello. This old Bell McGraw looks okay. The lieutenant whistles as he admires the rifle. His eyes are gleaming. That is a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still, it is a beautiful thing in its own way. Ain't that the same gun that fired the fatal bullet? It's the same type of weapon, yes, a breech loader, but it is not the same gun. Fuck! This one has been out of order for years. I am afraid our search for the real mother weapon must continue. What does it mean, a rifle here? It means that there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in matinees. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future. Аз си мислех, че съм толкова близо. Мога да се въоръжа с нея? То пише inoperable, всъщност. Anyway. Ще я поправим. И ще си я ползваме. Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. Чак сега си даде сметка, че чета диалога на Ким със съвсем лек акцент. I'm trying! Yay! Мислех, че е по-тежък. Мислех, че даже леко расистски ми се получава с това колко е тежък, но явно не е толкова тежък. Level up. С какво да level upнем, by the way? Shit, усетих се! Не ми го казвай, Ани. Не ми го казвай. Усетих се в последния момент. Впрочем. Да говориш с акцент. Да. Има аргументи срещу това, особено предвид, че съм го чувал как говори и не му е толкова тежък акцента, колкото мисля, че го докарвам аз, но това е някаква супер такава дълбока тема, която оставям на професионалните войс актьори, аз го правя любителски, мамо стара. Каквото се получи, толкова. Какво да вдигнем? Може да отворим слот за мисъл, по принцип. Но съм по-изкушен да си взема класически скил. What just happened? Казах by the way, без да се усетя. Savoir-faire. Реално съм докарал на стабилно ниво повечето интелектуални скилове, което е окей, поне според мен. Това предполагам, че са ми максимумите. Максимумът точки, които мога да сложа. Да, точно това е. Тогава защо имам толкова много на Pain Threshold? Ако това е идеята тук. Не е имало проблем. Оправдах се веднъж, че Боби има повече паразитни англоязични фрази от мен. Но от време на време някое услужливо птиченце в чата ми напомня, че не е така. Колко мисля толкова? Ще взема повече hand-to-eye coordination. Ще кача всичките motorics, които са ми важни, на 5, т.е. това всъщност е последното motorics умение, което ме интересува, да е на 5, след което отново ще се върна на интелект рол. И ще почна да качвам пак там. Не знам, евентуално пък да правя грешка и да е някаква идея да почна да наливам в псайки. Физик е изтървана работа. То се е видял, че няма да сме... Емпатия, Authority, Inland Empire. Всички те са били сравнително полезни от време на време. Oh well. Заболяте главата. Дръж се, трещче. Дръж я здраво главата. Да не вземе и да се търколи, освен че боли. Някъде тук трябва да има a frozen ice cream maker that's still running. И после се чудят защо бизнесът отгоре не е печеливш. Те отдолу имат буквално функциониращ втори офис, в който не работи никой. Който произвежда сладолед и държи постоянно пуснати компютри. The orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It is a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top of an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance you hear water dripping. Huh. Try to crack open the lid. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy. No, this is gonna need some kind of a super pry bar. Don't even try to open it with a regular pry bar. You're just wasting your time. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective. Инстинктите ми се бават с мен в момента, май. Има ли наистина супер прайбар или просто играта се габарка с... лековерен играч като мен? Hello! Хайде де! Heroic. The pry bar is not strong enough. Има по-добър прайбар. 3%. Оставям го на вас. Да го кашкавалим ли този чек за 3% или няма смисъл? Имаме точно 3% шанс да го отворим, защото ролчето е минус 20. Всяка не искаш кавалена история е изпусната история. Колко пъти си успял с по-малко от 5%? Значи аз идвам... да се върнем малко назад в историята. Аз идвам с бекграунд и буквално професионално отношение към игри, в които процентът шанс да си намериш нещо, което е по-добро от предишното ти, е далеч под 1%. И това не ме е спирало никога. Така че в това отношение аз съм счупен. За мен 3% шанс е все едно е 100% шанс. Няма никакъв проблем. Но... Добре бе, fuck it. Ще слушам господин модератора. Кажете някой виц, чат. Ще изкараме известно време тук. Дали алгоритъмът така работи? Работи. И преди сме го правили. Ама хайде де. Стига да не се бъгва хитбокса, защото това ще е досадно. Ама не с релоуд. Ако не е с релоуд, няма да ми даде шанс да преповторя чека преди да съм сложил релевантна скил точка. Иначе бих, но... Да, не ми дава шанс пак легално. Не, дава ми легален шанс, но трябва да съм си подобрил шанса чрез нещо друго. Дали слагайки точки в релевантния скил или придобивайки бонуси по някакъв друг начин. Чак тогава ми дава втори шанс, ако тълкувам правилно системата. Тоест може да се върнем някъде тук, но ще е доста по-нататък, примерно в играта. Има и бели чекове. Йеп. Все едно беше 100% шанс. Все едно беше 100% шанс. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You could swear you succeeded, but the lid simply won't budge. Сериозно ли? You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your eyes. That is a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open. Advanced? Where do we get one? I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool. Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what is in this mysterious ice cream maker. Tune in next time to see the insides of an ice cream maker. Fuck me. Поне може да се ползва това все още. Може. Окей. Добре сме си. Ако беше толкова даден на други неща в живота си. Няма да казвам story of my life, Анитке, но story of my life. Yeah. Darkfall Ghost Visual. Играта обаче не ми говори нищо. Tell us more. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Подходящо. Защо героя прилича сякаш излязва от WoW Classic с full besting slot gear? Защото е психоделично копале. Както всеки, който все още играе WoW Classic. Поредица хорър point and кликове. Разсей моята незапознатост с тази поредица, като пуснеш стримче. Maybe. Ги спреми това. Всъщност, чайте малко. Може би преди да дърпаме каквито и да било кабели, да разузнаем малко наоколо. Черен потник. Оу, шит. Имаме вече бял потник и черен потник. Ха-ха. Това даже е леко такъв готик пичага потник. Мрежест. Дава ми плюс едно драма, което е... и бонуса се казва Clinically Insane. Идеално. В момента не ми трябва драма, защото нямам такива чекове. Ще си остана с Conceptualization, може би. Поне за сега. Въпреки, че... Да, мрежа с потник на нашия девелшкен баг. Идеално изглежда. Това е изход на някъде. Нещо искам да погледна преди да изключа каквото и да е било. Първо ти какво си? Central Furnace. Има някой от другата страна на този комин. What are you doing? The lieutenant asks when he sees you climb halfway up inside the furnace. I'm not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs. Wait, really? He looks up at the ceiling. We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs. Smear your hands with coal. A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No, that would be stupid. The voices I heard. Maybe it's the malignant entity. Plaisance said it lives in the chimney. Тук що казах chimney, но само аз съм го чул. You are right. The rooms do look like they're connected, but malignant entities don't exist, at least not in the supernatural kind. Always has to be skeptic, this man. Дебел F5, разбира се. Това не беше точно нещото, което си представях, когато натиснах бутона Call Out Through the Chimney. Пак казах Chimney. Но беше нещо. Внезапно Макс се вселява в мен и се опитва да достигне до някого чрез получовешка комуникация. Але Chimney. Точно така. Шинонке. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then... Hello, are you there? Speak to me. Чакай. There's a safety curtain on the second floor? Предпазна завеса? Аз дойдох през тази... Къде съм по дяволите? You hear a low rumble upstairs, the sound of a curtain being pulled aside. The lieutenant nods, then points upstairs. After you, officer. Ау! Защо го направих? What is wrong with me? Okay. Има едно много специфично усещане, което малко игри успяват да го докарат и обикновено не го очакваш от нещо различно от хорър игри, впрочем. Но е доста ценно и не е лесно уловимо. В повечето случаи се залага на внезапни стряскания или по-конвенционални методи за хорър. Но това усещане е смущение. Being unsettled. I am pretty unsettled by this game right now. Направим първо това стълбище. Holy shit. Huh. Добре, ама... I'm slightly at a loss here.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
The dark sarcophagus. Yes, how was it? Tell her how ghastly it was. You know, it's what she wants to hear. Маци? Чувате ли Карамел? Гълъб ли има на прозорец? Чърпва. Чуролика. Котешкото чуроликане. Мисля, че вижда гълъб отвън. Обикновено това е проблема. Явно е много далеч. Жалко. Щяхте да я чуете как чуролика по някой гълъб отвън. It was a charnel house of failed business enterprises, leeching life energy from this bookstore. I knew it! A tremor runs through her. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity? That's all I can say for now. Нещо изпуснах и не мога да разбера какво. Връщам се обратно. Че няма достъп до гълъба. Чак ми е любопитно какво ще направи с гълъб, ако види такъв наживо. В смисъл, ще се активира ли някакъв латентен ловен инстинкт? Ще направи ли всъщност нещо смислено с него? Ще подвие опашлето и газ. И аз това подозирам. В смисъл... Голяма е позорка. От време на време. Най-смелата котка, обаче само ако се бие с мен. Стига ми свети, този инвентар ме ядосва с това светене. Stop it. Не. От прозореца голяма работа, ама гълъб като се наежил. Ох. Ако можех да уредя някакъв безопасен матч между Карамела и някой гълъб, но трудно ще се получи. Добре, да се опитаме по конвенционалния начин. Ще е нужно време. Все пак е диво коте, ще си има някакви инстинкти. Лигаване и мързелоне, които предпочита. Абсолютно. Лигла. Най-голямата лигла. Нали лигло? Кажи пак мяу. Не искаш. Объркан съм. С кого по дяволите говорих преди малко? Как се влиза в тази сграда? Оп! Стой. Да, разкачил се пак бота. И е доста досадно. Печаги, намерих ви ток.
Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like being on Recon again.
I found you guys a new bull. The old veteran stares at the shot-put ball in silence, then speaks in a reserved voice. What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for petang. No need to get angry again, Renee. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez. Exactly, and I really did try. Trying is worth as much as is accomplished. In this case, almost nothing. Fine. He takes the bull. You try to right a wrong. It's still a gram better than actual nothing. По принцип с нощи, малко след стрима, съвсем за кратко поиграх още и си говорих с тях доста пространно. Това са двамата старчоци в града. I understand Jean-Marie meant a lot to you. There is nothing for you to understand here, he snaps. It is not her death you are investigating. Were the circumstances of her death in any sense unusual? Absolutely not. His voice is coarse. She died of pneumonia in her bed at the age of 79. This is highly usual. Where was the photo of you two taken? Reverhole Fair of 91 in the Faubourg district. His eyes turned to the sea. A parade was held to honor Guillaume Le Lion's name of day, and the Carabiniers marched in the place of honor. You looked happy in the picture, smiling. This was the happiest day of my life. This is said in such a matter-of-fact tone it leaves no room for doubt. What happened with you, Gaston and Jean-Marie? I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume Icaire operation in the south and found my sweetheart in the arms of this wretch. The Icaire operation was a 7-year campaign during which Suzerain Guillaume's army forcefully united the people in the southeastern part of Le Petit Continent, collectively known as the Icaire tribes, under Revacholian banner. Не трябваше. Имам своите лимити. He gives Gaston a hateful look. I want her back, but while I was dealing with some issues. You're like a dark cloud, sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you, he quickly glances at me, you hurt her. He looks down at his boots, lips moving, but the words inaudible. Those days and memories are gone. Gaston nods and looks René with something resembling compassion. The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there is an odd look in his eyes. Си имали доста сериозен любовен триъгълник. Снайпер Хиро, благодаря ти, човече. Добре дошъл отново. Благодаря ти за подкрепата. Второ ниво. Is there anything you can tell me about this rifle? Съвсем бях изключил, че можех него да питам за античната пушка. It is a Belle Magrave, he says, taking the rifle. 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon, accurate and reliable. His moves are quick and precise, as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately. This one is inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty, he adds, handling the rifle back. Where did you find her? In the basement there, point at the bookshop. I'm not surprised. He looks at the building. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around there. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. He shrugs. These BM-446s are antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find. Impossible to find, Ти да видиш.
Officer, the mere sight of Police Martinez makes me safer already. How can I help you?
Омафъга, мога да му открадна сандвича. I have to know.
The mere sight of Police Martinez makes me safer already. How can I help you?
Alright, this is how we're gonna do it. I admire your handiwork, chef, but a few things I do differently. Like what, officer? His eyes rest on the sandwich. This is as good as they come in Revachol, I assure you. An array of delicious recipes flashes through your mind. Salads, salmon, sandwiches, bingo. This calls for an engineering angle, structural rigidity, exposed rafters, latticeworks, that type of approach. Oh wow. Had you put a large slice of Olduvian cheese crosswise from the ham, it would minimize the component loss via crumbling. Mon Dieu, this is an excellent idea, he exclaims. This would virtually negate the component loss. I'll do you one better. The air pocket between cheese and ham could house pre-roasted paprika. Ce serait délicieux? Е моята свободна френска интерпретация. He shouts excitedly. Can you make this sandwich, officer? Sure, but I am going to need yours as a prototype first. I hope you're not just tricking an old man out of what little he has left, he says solemnly and hands you the sandwich. Initial development takes time, of course, but in 6 to 9 months you will eat the sandwich of gods. Колко е часът? Цък, цък, цък. Какви палави въпроси. Giant ham sandwich. This might be the biggest sandwich you have ever seen. The size is almost intimidating, invoking feelings of inadequacy. Abundant in components, rich in both smell and taste, probably. This truly is the work of a master craftsman. Ще сейвна само да не го уейстна, това сигурно ми възстановява супер много хелт. Или пък мога да го хвърля на земята. Сещам се за оная песен на Lonely Island. And I threw it on the ground. Man. I'm not gonna be a part of your system. Ще го споделим с Ким. I will pass. The lieutenant replies with a polite nod. Thanks. What do you mean you'll pass? He shrugs. I mean, I'm not hungry, and therefore I'm not gonna take it. Thanks, though. This isn't about hunger, Kim. It's about camaraderie. Camaraderie? Yes, by sharing this sandwich, you and I solidify the bond between us. Is it really necessary? It really is. Is this necessary? Is friendship necessary? Is brotherhood? Okay. They are all necessary. Let's share the sandwich if it matters that much to you. The lieutenant breaks the sandwich in two and quickly eats his half. Friends forever! Eat your half of the sandwich. Headline. Sure. The lieutenant nods impatiently. Time to go solve a murder investigation. Но както си знаех, това възстановява хелт, така че ще релоудна и ще го ползвам някой друг път. Отивам да помогна на другият партньор в живота ми, че иска да си отвори вратата. Бърба. Тъй... Колко време отваря една врата? Може би е врата към друго измерение, астерокче. Не знаеш откъде си призовавам котката. Само идея. Аз нямах ли разговор с Ким, впрочем? Да, ето за това. Now that we've inspected the scene, I want to know more about the pissing competition you mentioned. What is there to say? It's just stupidity. What kind of stupidity? The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor, yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion. Ah, so this is a struggle over who runs Martinez. Well, sort of. It is less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But he leans in. I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition. So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary. Somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. 2 columns, one says cases solved, the other confirmed kills. So you volunteered to spoil it. Yes, I am an unrepentant spoilsport. The lieutenant appears pleased with this. For some reason I thought you had 104 solved cases. Well, technically, the lieutenant says somewhat sheepishly, the official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides. Wow. A common account gimmick used to inflate precinct stats. So you're still a good cop, right? I am good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came here because I had to. My fellow officers, the sergeants in particular, would have made the scene into a circus. Защо тогава са ни изпратили нас? I'm gonna leave why I was sent unspecified. Привет, Криси. Блеп. Pissing competition. Да се опитаме да го разплетем чрез логика. Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57. Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of. Just think about it for a second. Ми говори моята собствена логика. You are a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win. Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck up, like as a joke? I have considered it. His voice is somber. So it's true. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional, but also, I also think it's somewhat unlikely. And why is that? I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back into the 30s. It is as old as my station, and all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations should prefer a win. So you are their finest. I am the finest of nothing. Do you really see me as a safe bet? Safe? No, but you are old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet, but it is there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise. Yes, сме! Станахме бурчачос с господин Кацураги. Доста добре. Сега ако спре да ме пингва и инвентара, че има нещо ново в него, ще е най-добре. Какво правим от тук нататък обаче? Я да си погледнем. Close the water lock on Wednesday. Find money for guard. Or it will be locked after 9. Find a murder weapon. Right. Find a way inside the chimney. Знаех си, че не съм го завършил това, ама просто не разбирам как бих могъл да го завърши изобщо. Anyway, да се върнем до колата. Разбира се, че искаме тизър, Кейси. Никога повече не питай. Добре, да пробваме с серийния номер на бронята на обесения мистериозен тип. Но преди това... Yes! Finish it! Тази вечер. This is relevant to my fetishes. Така. Питаме полицията за серийния номер на бронята. Call back tomorrow. О, Боже Господи. Before tomorrow morning. Добре. Fine, whatever. Аз съм напълно сериозен, не знам какво се смеете. Смеят се те. Specialized tool. Не разбирам как бихме могли да се качим нагоре по комина. Аз ли нещо не дочетох от този диалог? Или не знам какво? The wind howls in from the coal chute above. Okay. Това помага ли ми с нещо изобщо? The coal chute above. Там има как да се стигне по някакъв начин. О боже, той има цяло друго стълбище? What the fuck? Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. The floorboards creak. Does someone live here? Почтенска картичка. F5. Who the fuck are you? This tray is full of dice, colorfully polyhedral dice, hundreds of them. The candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Novelty dice maker. A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching. What do you mean by Melios?
Yes, a Melio is like a calling station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
You must have me confused with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games. You know role-playing games. Viral Untethered. What else? Sure, I like role-playing games.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set. unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there is any particular stone you want to use.
How did you become a dice maker? How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Do you like role-playing games yourself? Not especially. I like working with rare minerals and a steady pay. And role-players as customers, they're nice people. Такива сме, чат. Най-добрите клиенти. Гадните нърдове. Колко ще струва да поръчаме зарче? What kind of a die do you think fits my personality? I think I have just the right one for you. She opens the top drawer of her work desk and takes something out. 2 polyhedrons, red and blue, cradle in her palm. I don't get it. You're a police officer, right? Here, catch. She tosses you the dice. They're a gift from me. Okay. Woo! Mr. Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like in a movie. Wink. What are the odds? The dice maker winks back at you. The red one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. I believe these dice are your lucky charm, officer. She winked back at you. Can you believe it? You truly are Mr. Smooth Moves. Don't I know it? Как не фейлнах, как наистина. What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags? Nothing really. I didn't know him. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window. Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening. I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. What do you mean by daily ruckus? Well, there's always something going on in Whirling's backyard. She stops to try and come up with an example. During daytime, there's usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike. She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire. She looks up at the window. Pale light comes in. But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. You never took your eyes off work to look out the window? I might have, she admits, but in this case all I could have seen would have been my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's light here, but dark in the yard at night. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone. Do you often work Sunday nights? It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home. Ударихме на камък за пореден път. Where are we anyway? What's this place? We are inside the chimney. Chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. She looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal black soot here and there. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus. Creative. The lieutenant looks around in the spacious room, its ceiling fading into the shadows above. When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses. I've heard this place is cursed. Did you know the people call it the doomed commercial area? I've heard the stories, she nods, but as the wind howls in from the furnace shaft above. But I don't think those stories are true. Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies. Plaisance the bookshop lady? She raises her brow. I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? Actually, it's not going that well. There's hardly any customers and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going. Alright, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the Whirling in Rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. Nah, the Whirling isn't doing well either. Its waitress just took off and customers have trouble paying bills. And then there's me, she sighs, looking at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives to carving flies to wire cutters. I've been here for 14 years selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it? Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse. Yeah, I'll be the first to admit that there are many inconsistencies in this so-called curse. I was just about to ask, she leans forward in her chair to study your face. What do you think? Do you think the curse is real? I'm starting to see that there is no curse, I think. Only business decisions and natural market fluctuations. Exactly. She pinches the root of her nose. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today? Ще вернули. Поне може да разпитаме какво се случило с всички останали. Чао, Инче. Хубава вечер. What's up with the broken windows? И тук питаме за студиото, което е правило играта в съседната стая. I found a strange machine. Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. She closes her eyes as some remnant of a memory lights up her face. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Viral. That's understandable. Fantasies are serious things. The mind is the drawing board of history. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seem to be chronically liberal with their schedules. What do you mean liberal? What happened? The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. What went wrong? Well, I did hear them talking at times. She looked at the hallway as if she can still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains on a cigarette break. They seemed to believe they were historic individuals on some grand quest. She sounds almost mocking when she says that. Really, they must have been on a gigantic ego trip. That's what I thought, because when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time. That's too bad. Would have supported them, the project looked great. Not the wisest decision, you would have lost all your savings. She tosses a pair of dice on the table, one of them stops near the edge of the metallic desk. The result is a 1 on a 20-sided die. Ha! Grand Quest, нали, Нивке? Привет, Йока. There was a terrifying taxidermist bear. Taxidermied bear in the cellar. Oh boy, the fabled Revachol Ice City. You're in for a treat there. Това беше компанията за сладолет, нали? Така, да питаме за интеркома. 1 на D20. Да, 20 стенозарче, да хвалиш единицата. Възможно най-ниския резултат. Разбира се. Is that bad? Зависи от системата. В смисъл, в класическия Dungeons and Dragons, да, това е най-лошото нещо, което мога да направиш с 20 стенозарче. Да хвалиш единица. Съответно, 20-ката е най-добрият резултат, който можеш да изкараш. Така. East Delta Pinball. Май, че изчерпахме като цяло нещата, за които може да я разпитваме. Shivers. Имаме ли нещо, което дава бонус на Shivers? Нямам спомен. Clothes. Shivers. Physical instrument. Това сваля Shivers. Nope, нямаме. Бих пробвал този чек, но... Те я знам. 8%. Пускам тото чат. A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. Спри да го казваш! Chimney! God damn it! The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere. Чао, Марто. Успех с натряскването. Може би тази игра ти харесва на едно подсъзнателно ниво, Марто. Така като се замисля. С целият този алкохолизъм. Шамани. Шамани. Hey Niha, the curse is real. And I figure out why it has spared you. Или пък, не, може би второто. Малко по-разумно е. И до някаква степен, да я знам. Няма да се стора толкова от... This is still just a theory, but hear me out. I think I know why your business hasn't failed. Didn't we already talk about this? She asks as the wind continues to seep in through the cracks in the old chimney. It's because you're not in the same building as the others. This is technically the doomed commercial area. This isn't technically the doomed commercial area. What are you talking about? She says, shaking her head. My address is exactly the same, Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10. No. The old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city. No, this used to be a coal plant. You're in a chimney of another building. This doesn't make any sense. She looks around in the makeshift nest that she has carved out for herself, bewildered. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? I'm just using logic. It's windy in here. You probably haven't properly sealed the chimney crown. She says, looking up. You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure? No one ever really is safe from failure. She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face. What? Do you know what this is? She raises her hand to reveal a piece of metal shining on her index finger. A lucky charm? A Semoni's ward? It's a mourning ring, she replies. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it to the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. See, the curse is real. I bet you didn't run this little jewelry shop from the protective depths of the chimney. No, you're right, I didn't. She laughs again, but it sounds rather small and sad. It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world, that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? She closes her eyes. That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney. Don't call it a dump. You've made it nice and cozy in here. Yeah. She stares out in the window, not really hearing your words. Or maybe the entire world is cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out in the way you wanted. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be. You can try again. Still, there's something inherently violent, even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. She picks up a pair of dice from the table and examines them under the light. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer. She gives you a tired smile. Ти да видиш. The precarious world. 4 часа, all red checks fail. Няма що. Въпреки че това е temporary ефекта. Играта пак почна да депресира, нали? Бърка прекалено дълбоко в места, в които не искаш да те бърка. И аз всъщност как се казваше това? The Precarious World. Какво прави Precarious World? Само да видя какъв е бонуса. Pass the shivers. Checks with the dice maker instead of... не, това е... Пише, че е бъгнат този бонус. What the fuck? Няма що. Трейта бил бъгнат на Precarious World. Много яко. Така. Кое му е бъгнато? Чекнах набързо в нета какъв е финалния бонус, когато го ресърчнеш, и пише, че бонуса е Critical Success и Failure Thresholdовете са на -1, в смисъл трябва да ти се едно по-малко като резултат. Но пише Might be bugged, do not get crit successes on a 5 and 6 dice roll. Не знам. Имам обаче въпрос. Или по-точно недоизяснено нещо в случващото се тук. Нали пишеше... то може би е в машината. Защото нали търсехме още една дискета, ли да го нарека, и аз не знам какво. И пишеше, че някъде тук. И работеше. Well shit. Грешна информация в нет. Може би е фикснато вече, ако това е било някаква on-release информация и проблем. Той търговец е голям класик, by the way. От него си купих 2 чифта очила. scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. Нещо за диско. What's this place? Military wear. Bird Nest Roy. Wow. Нямам никакви пари. Мамичката му. Ето какво обаче ще пусне евентуално касетката. Когато стигнем до нея, разбира се. Personal physical instruments, personal shivers, минус 2 authority. Бих си я купил, ама не знам, в момента доста ми изтъня джоба, без добра причина за това. Буквално си похарчих всичко за бордови игри, които дори не мога да играя. Най-тъжното. Headless Phone Rider. Защо пък бих си го взел това за Бога? Ма за 50 цента. Fuck it. Аз така и не проверих зарчетата, впрочем, които придобих преди малко. Какво правят? Look at the map tab in the journal to see which white checks have opened. What? Кои са opened в такъв случай? Всички, които са бели ли? Или пък? Нямам идея. Или те са завършените? I have no idea. Those on white are available to try now. Та пак, то пише. Reading Comprehension, някой ден. Хайде пък да си поговорим с този симпатияга. Ким не се ли кефеше на фигурката? In my pawn shop.
What can I do for you?
Now that the RCM is here, tell me, have you had any trouble lately?
I haven't really had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about the inconsistent law enforcement.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travellers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored.
Да, горе-долу това са хората, които ще влязат в магазин за вектории. Не, Кеко. Не ме изненадваш по никакъв начин. Така че, не знам какво говори това точно.
As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Honestly, I think some of your selections are more tasteful than others.
It keeps me entertained.
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic process bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe. Is Roy high? And if yes, then what is he on? Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrholidon. It's tough to come by on the street. And what's Pyrrholidon? A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow. Is it just me, or is it really warm in here? He tilts his head. I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature. No judgment, just curious. I probably did loads of Pyrrholidon before I lost my memory. I had to take it, you know, since the people spile cleanup, he responds carefully. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. He's taking it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days. The people spile, what's that? A bad idea. Some poor leftists built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you, too. Мъничък Чернобил. Tell me more about the Emergency Relief Brigade you were part of. He points at the white triangle on his orange safety jacket. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help fire brigades contain the spill. On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The aspirants didn't have the heart to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud, years getting sick. He looks at the spiraling light and stops. Must have been tough, radioactive cleanup. He hesitates. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one's tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment and early deaths, cancer mostly, and we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up best we could. Whose fault was it that the generator failed? No one's, everyone's. He sighs and shakes his head. Bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen? How'd you end up running a pawn shop? The cleanups happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died, left me this shack and the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there, it's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far from Fallbrook as I can. Still in the same city, but... He shrugs. I like theory more than story. Outward movement, no vortices. Не го питаме за оръжието, може път го е видял. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. Promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple of days back. Да, ето кой ни е взел оръжието. Fuck. Oh. Wait, I sold you my gun? You, with Kim here too, that just sounded really bad. You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of service weapon, of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long, off-the-charts photon emissions, the unhealthy kind. Was the buyer a policeman too? She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which is odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying. Right, so let me get this right. The lieutenant turns to you. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizen militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it. I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the citizens' militia? You are right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her. Any idea where I can find this buyer? My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went. Може би да ми я опишеш, евентуално? Hello? Have people from Everett Clare's union come here to track the gun? Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their wild pine overalls. They'd asked if I had a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but, you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things. Then it might be true. Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun. Така, ще го поразпитам за някои базови неща. Pawn menu. Да видим. Предполагам, че почтенските картички мога да ги продам без никакви угризения, така да го кажем. За останалите неща не съм толкова сигурен. Добре. Това какво е? Привет, Мани. Върви. By the boombox. Equip this to play tapes. Предполагам, че с това мога да пусна музиката в хостела, но не знам дали ми е приоритет, предвид колко сме притиснати от към парички в момента. Мисля да отпратя Ким да си върви по пътя. По-точно не по пътя, ами по-скоро да прибере трупа. Най-сетне. Що още не сме го прибрали, разбира се. Само че се чудя дали все още можем. Упс. Добре. Добре. Ами, поне махнахме трупа най-сетне от двора. Беше крайно време. Сега е момента да разбера дали мога да вляза пак в Whirling in Rags, най-вече при този. При готвача. Че имам работа с него. Мисля, че мога, но не съм на 100% сигурен. О, ей! Окей. Fuck yeah. Така. Сварихме бутушите буквално. Така. Fairweather T500 Greaves. Браво на мен. Какво дават те като бонус? Плюс 2 Authority, минус 1 Composure. Composure какво ми? Кое беше Composure? Ти си Composure. Интересно, интересно. Значи не са съвсем най-доброто нещо, което мога да нося. Тези ми свалят от Savoir Faire. Което е сникването? Да, сникването. Я да видим как изглеждат. Уау! Величествено. Добре, ще знам, че за authority чекове вече си имам къде да се случва. Или по-точно с кой предмет да се случва. Тези ги няма. Интересно. Продължава никой да не ми отваря. Тук е заключено, защото не сме си платили сметката. Което е доста съки, но какво да правиш? Wait, кой беше това? Who the hell are you? Както гледам, не е NPC, с което мога да говоря, така че... Все тая. Добре, с какво може да запълним остатъка от деня? Ден втори. Има ли някой квест, който изобщо може да изпълним на този етап? Ей, това е по принцип. Само че не знам дали да го пробвам без... Кацураги на моя страна. Ask around about tattoos possible meaning. Кой може да знае за тези татуировки? Имаме още потенциално разговори с Кунал, впрочем. Track down your badge. Find booze and drink it. Lol. Sing karaoke. Как е при теб, Мани? Как си тия дни? Оп. I saw money. 50 стишки, кой ти ги дава? Впрочем, ако си екипирам пак турбата, клошарската турба, няма ли някоя бутилчица, която да събера наоколо? Както гледам, не. Караш си към къщи. Окей. Ще бъдете да дадете и пиете. С повод или без? Че да разкарам турбата от себе си. Така. Да се опитаме да си поговорим с Кунал. Бърз сейф. Повода е сряда. Най-хубавия повод. Where's the rest of his armor? Kuno doesn't give a shit about armor. How come? That fuck imp had one thing majorly wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. A mutant? Do you remember how he looked? Fucking growth hormone shit? He's a giant? The armor's got too big for any man? He drills his temples with his fingers in some strange, aggressive gesture. Kuno doesn't give a shit about the freak armor? Kumo threw that shit away? What do you mean threw it away? Kuno tried to get the helmet on? He was too big? He performs a kick-off in the imaginary helmet. Kuno kicked the shit in the sea, rugby style? That shit means nothing to Kuno. What do you... You threw it in the sea? Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno, he repeats. Kuno doesn't give a shit about the material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone, bought the armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gates. Who do you mean troubadour? Yeah, cocking boots. You know that jolly union cowfucker? Came in around talking about cows and shit. Came in around pretending like he cares about cows. Yeah, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile. You mean Manana? Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to? He's fucking crazy about that armor shit? Coming here pretending like he likes cows, trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor? Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information? Are you just telling me this out of the kindness of your heart, Kuno? Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today, Kuno Day. Kuno feels sorry for you, loser pig. Kuno doing pity now. Still seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire. Is Cowfucker something like Sheepshagger? Нещо такова сигурно. Голям образ е този хашлак. Постоянно друсан и постоянно с псовня на устата. There are contusions all over his body. Did you do that? Fuck you talking about? What is this contusion shit? He grabs his head like it's certainly hurting. He said you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again. A contusion is a bruise. I'm talking about the marks your stones left on the corpse. Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? He lets go of his head, suddenly feeling better. This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here. Окей, нищо кой знае колко полезно. Но все пак... Да поговорим с Маняна за бронята. Това е поне някаква следа. И не мисля, че Маняна ще се е махнал. At this point in time. Всички неща, точно това е цензурирано. Добър въпрос, нямам идея. А, не, махнал се е. Well, fuck me sideways, няма го. Не сме се разхождали супер много през нощта, впрочем. Може пък някои неща да са се променили качествено. Той пичар, като гледам се още си е тук.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Oh, wow. Ha! And just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage. You could swear you felt the soft plate break. The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sound of the harbor are falling silent. All you hear is a small gurgling sound as a trickle of blood appears on the man's lip. Back up and perform a 360 flying spin kick. Не, просто right hook. Welp. Oh, that's a problem. Oh god, wrong move! Your head is in his hands, like a pair of forceps crushing you, and you can feel every jewel. Never. Say it, I am a degenerate drunk. Never. The compression is unbearable. This is causing some serious damage to whatever precious gelatinous thing is inside there. Your sight turns red. You are a poor player of physical chess. He lets go of your... What the fuck? Тук има ли някакви алтернативни развои на тези събития? I gotta know.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Така... Check failure този път. Roundhouse ли трябваше? Ех, този Roundhouse. Не съм научил достатъчно от Чак Норис.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Така... Окей. The man lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment he tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with unimaginable surprise. To your left is the button. Disco Inferno! Press the button. As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side. Looks like you're the new measurehead now. Yeah, that's right, I'm the new measurehead now. Wow. So that happened. Даже си взехме лев и 10 там. Паси добро. Ей, жив ли си? Даже не стига за билетче. Тук дими нещо. Не виждам какво. Някакъв комин. Впрочем, нямам никаква идея какво постигнах с това, че натиснах бутона. Някакво шимени. Screw you too, buddy. Screw you too. Visible Confusion. Нямам идея какво постигнах току-що. Какъв беше този бутон? What? 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 Какво направих изобщо? Той печага пак е жив.
Do not presume this has drastically altered our race dynamic.
I knocked you out like a god of martial arts. True, I said nothing about our personal dynamic. That has altered. A little.
The unpromising...
Oops. Sorry. Вратата зад мен? Тази врата? Тя не беше ли отворена? Или имаш пред вратата под мен? Почти съм сигурен, че съм бил тук и преди. Да. Може би на сутринта ще е отворено? Не разбирам коя врата зад мен е отворила. Hello? Това ще се махне ли? Т.е. отваря вратата, която аз отворих по алтернативен начин, така ли? Окей. И с тази не може да говоря докато Ким е с мен, така че евентуално сега ще говоря с нея. What? Може би няма да говоря с нея. То ми е провалил единствения шанс да говоря с тази ли? That would be lame. Добре, да тръгнем към... крайбрежната ивица. Евентуално там да има нещо ново за... Тоест, аз съм сигурен, че там има някакви... неща за довършване. Тук нещо? По-скоро не. Вау, даже нямам някоя мисъл тук. Величествена.
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out? Get away, pig!
Почти на 100% съм убеден, че тя е взела оръжието. Впрочем. Hello. You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says that in a quiet voice. Despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame. It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege. No trouble for me. I just want to know what's going on here.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing. Actually, the gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
Alright, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
I need to get inside the apartment building. Can you help me? Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. He shakes his charming head. I have to run. What's your name? My name? My name is Martin Martinez. That's definitely not his real name. No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? He scans the courtyard. It's silent like the bottom of a well, every sound captured and reflected back. Looks like you got a good view of the Whirling's backyard. Could you tell me anything about the hanging? I can tell you finally got him down, thank you. He was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet standards. What did you do last Sunday? Oh, he waves lazily with his cigarette. You already asked me that, didn't you? Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching? I'm pretty sure I didn't. No, not you, he gestures idly. Some more muscular type. Was it someone from the police? I couldn't tell you, he says, exhaling a little puff of smoke. We don't usually see that much of the gendarmerie around here. When was that? Last week? I don't know, look. He looks around the courtyard again. Snow blankets the old patio chairs and dead houseplants, and all the neighboring windows are black. A downy blanket of white to cover up the miserable poverty of the scene. He's deflecting. He's young with sharp memory. He hasn't had the time to drown it in booze and chemicals. You still haven't answered my question. Where were you last Sunday? He sighs. I had a friend over. What kind of friend? It was my Sunday friend. What's your friend's real name? Did he see something? He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent. Alright, we'll talk later. No, we won't. He takes one last drag of his cigarette before stemming it out on the snowy balcony with a dying hiss. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going. Aww. Дано съм сейвнал скоро време. Може би не ми трябва изобщо. Както казах, пускам тото след този стрим. Hey, listen. I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes, compassion and a hint of understanding. There is snow gathering on his hair, whiter than the shirt that hangs loose over his slender frame. When he speaks again, his voice is soft and deliberate. I'm sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the cigarette butt sailing over the rail. But hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign. Good luck with the investigation. He walks away. Huh. Well, I'll be damned. A stone like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. Yep, Включи. Motherfucker. Какъв език, Влади? Като изпечен криминалист, ни вредилке. Изпечено ченге, закоравяло в пурпурните краски на престъпността. Шегуева. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. Жива да не беше. Ако не беше жива, Нивке, щях да те разследвам. Плюс едно logic, минус едно authority. Това какво ми даваше? Visual Calculus. Това са толкова култови инспекторски училца. Само дето понякога Visual Calculus доста ми помага. Logic, кое ми даваше? По-точно. Това нямам никакъв спомен да съм го фейлвал изобщо в този живот. До момента. Ако трябва да съм честен. Както и да е. Да не го мислим твърде много, I guess. An old shoe rack, boots, sneakers and old slippers. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. Семейство от 3 живее тук. Как съм с скил точките? Имам една висяща, така да го кажем. Да си пуснем ли някоя мисъл да ни се анлоква? I wonder. Или пък да си запълним липсите. Така да го кажем. Let's do it like that. A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the door frame with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno de Riter. Knock lightly. No response. The apartment numbers have fallen off the floor, leaving the panel with a sticky one-shaped shadow and a marker drawn too. Snip, the cutter goes through the chain like a dead leaf. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door. Well, well, well. Трогната си. И справо. Разбира се, че ще си трогната, Нивке. Ти трябва да си трогнат. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. Парички. Kuno de Riter is the name of the unfinished homework. It's from 2 years ago. A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw. You pocket the bottle, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Това е апартамента на Куно, така ли? А къде е големия изрод, който теоретично трябва да е тук? Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. Oh, ето къде е. The air stinks with something sour. A pile of clothes. A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet. Some socks even. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Slowly reach out my hand. Something underneath there is breathing. Keep extending my hand. Your hand touches a greasy duvet, covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There's something alive underneath. Pull the blanket off, yeah, да видим. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol, and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down. Oh. Истината е доста по-мрачна и депресираща, отколкото предполагахме, а? Hey, are you really Kuno's father? The light from the window is weak, but it seems like he is. His wild, unwashed mane bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. Don't forget his face, the bloated and reddened cheeks, the bulbous nose. This would be Kuno after 30 years of alcohol and substance abuse. I was expecting something scarier. No response. A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty and frozen. It's clear the person behind them is not awake. Suddenly the man starts growling. 3 words manage to escape his mouth along with a strong stench of alcohol. Fucking keep faggots. Hey, talk to me. Are you even alive? Или пък? The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pig, he says. He's trying to call you a pig. What did you just... You're awake. His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He is asleep again. He talked to me. Are you even alive? A lump of flesh is sticking out from under the blanket. It seems to be twitching from time to time, like the paw of an animal who's having a bad dream. And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Mac Store on the sole. 3 toes are poking out a hole. Mac Store is a gas company. He's wearing free socks from a gas company. They probably came with the bills. Yikes. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep. Do you need help? The pile of blankets grunts. It's hard to say if there's anything left you could do. A change in the socio-economic circumstances wouldn't hurt. Ми казва риториката ми. I took your amphetamine, old man. Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body. Amazing. Добро, Крас. Привет. Ние тук задълбахме в дебрите на детективската работа. These shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. Moss crawls on those bathroom tiles. Actual moss. The heck? Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall. Padlock door. Така. Да срежем веригата, освен. The town is over -50, man. I don't know. Ти ми кажи защо си там. A flamboyant poster of a white star real lithography. The bust of Krasmazov. A communard lives in this room. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet. Ceramizon lounge jacket. Куршуми. За първи път намираме куршуми. Плюс едно shivers. Концептуализация. Да кажем, че ще ми свърши работа това, честно казано, защото не виждам смисъл да наливаме в статистики, които така или иначе са ни слаби. Esprit de Corps и Shivers. Esprit de Corps е в общи линии как се оправям с колегите, нали? Cop Culture, да. Мощно ми е се тая за Cop Culture. Концептуализацията, какво ми даваше? Да. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. Само да сваля нещата от ръцете си. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. Sounded like a woman. Women's shoes. Knock again. This time the steps comes closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice, wary and tense. It's the police. Open up. Do I have to open the door? You hear the clacking of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge. Do you have a warrant? I'm not obliged to open the door if you don't have a warrant. It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason. Shit. Got me there. Нямам никаква причина да вляза там. Door number 9 is locked. Кога пък това ме е спирало? Плей, имаш ли идея дали почтенските картички мога да ги продам без да се замислям, защото до момента това правя. Секси разголена тениска. Обикновено я ползвам да спа в нея, Боби. Но ти благодаря за 28-те месеца нескончаема подкрепа към канала, към който без... нямаш никакво иначе друго отношение. Как си, човече? Аз тук съм нагазил надълбоко в детективските мистерии. И трябва да ти кажа, че играта е mind fucking blowing. Даже... както никога бихте посъветвал да не си я спойлваш прекалено много. The mailbox is overflowing. Бабката къде се скри, бе? The graffito says a firing squad for the rich. Са си за пауншопа. Добре, значи не правя грешка. Кой знае каква инвестиция за какво те търси? Смятай колко сме изгубили способността даже в България да се зарадваме на нещо в почтенската си кутия. Това е леко тъжно, Ани, така като го напишеш. Дано поне се зарадвала в последствие. Hello? Don't you lock the doors on me? foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. Това какво е тук? Someone has torn down the wall. Wow, окей. Значи мога вляза без да си отварям вратата. Book 16 days in coldest April. The shit? The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow. Звучи като типична българска панелка. The book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. Какво? 600 страници. Real art is dense and difficult. If you didn't feel like you had to wrestle a suicidal bear to get through it, you weren't really reading. The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author. What does she look like? She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph, and yet from the cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you. In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugograd riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze while heavy armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. The Yugograd riots took place from TK to TK, fueled by ethnic unrest and the state's repressive tactics. These events are often seen as marking the end of a brief period of liberalization known as the Yugograd Spring. Like all such periods, it is frequently memorialized in art and literature. In excruciating detail, the author describes the socio-economic conditions that have brought the people of Yugograd into the streets, centuries of humiliation and despair, and then during the riots, two young people meet. It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure? Още 10 страници. Само още 10. Their happiness is fleeting, a cruel jest. The absurdity of the state totally crushes them and they end up betraying each other. She becomes an official for the regime and he, a lensgrider in Ferderdijk. The end. Good stuff. Fucking loved it, ни казва усещането ни за болк. Това е. Класик. Дори нищо така не получихме на среща, освен болк. I am somewhat impressed by this. Къде отиде бабката, която метеше тук, е моят въпрос. An old grocery list. What happened here? You can't foreclose on an apartment with a hole in the wall. It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. The one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. There's always a little something in the fridge. Indeed! What's in the fridge? 20 стишки и лекарство. Класик. Не мога ли го отворя от тази страна? Явно не. Да, няма да ни отвори. Shit. Балкани. Да видим, там ли отиде бабчето? Оу, шит. Тотално бях. Ей, сайдън. Прощавай. Holy fuck, верно, че беше от 6 часа. Сейвам тук и идвам. Бърба. За вас, а за всички останали чао. Издънка голяма. Ей, сега, идвам. Съжалявам за внезапния край, но ще довършваме разследванията утре. Чао от мен.